agenda item 13.1, closed session minutes, October 28, 2024, 13.2.2, confidential report, Corp. 2024-62, land acquisition. And that's for business reasons.
Okay, thank you, and so noted. All right, moving to agenda item number 5, to our invited and ceremonial presentations. Oh, we, well, welcome, manager. And that wasn't part of the show, but that's how impromptu we are here. That's so great. So I'm welcoming Jacqueline Surrett, who is our manager of community services, and is going to highlight our new community recognition program and our 2024 recipients before we start our official ceremony. Over to you, Jacqueline.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. And yes, I'm so excited. I'm losing my balance, I guess. So yes, it is my pleasure to introduce this report on the town's Community Recognition Public Benefit Partners Program. The program was launched in 2022 to recognize the many hardworking and dedicated organizations within the community, providing valuable contributions for public benefit. Acknowledging that there are also many hardworking and dedicated individuals who give to our community, either through these organizations or on their own, and that the municipality did not have a formal program to recognize these individuals, Council directed staff to look into a community recognition program for individuals. The result was the expansion of our Partners Program to include the contributions and achievements of both individuals and organizations who contribute in some way, no matter how big or small, to enhancing the quality of life and image of the town and its residents. It is through the culmination of the work of these individuals and organizations that Huntsville is the vibrant community it is today. Tonight, we recognize 10 deserving individuals and organizations nominated by our community for their service. These individuals and organizations will be featured throughout the year on our website, in our social media, and other marketing programs as our token of appreciation for their service. And with that, I am here to answer any questions and turn it over to you.
Thank you very much for that overview. And I can't say enough how delighted I am that we have this recognition program back. I know that at one point there was, and so here it is. I was in a position where I was able to sign the certificates last week, and with each and every one of them, I just had this huge smile because everybody, it represents all of the individuals who are so dedicated to whatever it is you are doing and the service you provide to our community, that many unsung heroes, and also what I would consider the heart and soul of what makes a community tick. It's you who do all of the connections and make other people, feel they have a role and they're included in whatever it is you do. And so I can't thank you enough for the people that are here today, are individuals, grassroots clubs, and not-for-profit organizations, fulfilling all sorts of different roles, as I said. It really promotes active democracy and community responsiveness. So tonight we honor a few of these individuals and organizations nominated by our residents, which I actually love even more. And at this time, I would like to call them up individually to receive their certificate of recognition from Town Council. And so I think the process is I'm supposed to go over there, but Councillors Schumacher and Renwick will be introducing the names with a short bio of each person that's receiving the certificate. So with that, I'm going to go over there.
Ready? Ready. ready for the first one. Organization is Food for Kids Muskoka. I believe Sarah Thatcher is here to accept it. And the reason for nomination is for its work within the community, ensuring local kids aged 4 to 13 years with limited or no access to food each weekend have access to healthy food. The organization is run by volunteers under the leadership of President Sarah Thatcher and volunteer coordinator Christy Shaver.
And our second recipient is the Huntsville Girls Hockey Association, and it's with Carrie Valentine. And it's for expanding program, a dedicated board and parents who strive to make hockey accessible to local girls and provide an economic boost to the community through its annual hockey tournament. Congratulations.
And for our third organization, we have Muskoka United Football Club, and Kathy Janke is here to accept the nomination and award for its significant influence on youth soccer within the Huntsville community, offering development and competitive programs through the dedication of the board and its volunteers.
Thank you, Your Worship. And so the next one is Carolyn Marshall, and this is for her recent role as the president of Rotary People of Action. Carolyn's leadership within the Rotary Club and her dedication to the community, her passion for the environment and animals embodies the values of service, commitment, and compassion, something that we should all strive for.
Next is Deborah Marshall. For involvement and dedication to the Huntsville Horticultural Society, Deborah has been an integral part of the society for many years and provides a wide variety of topics in an educational and entertaining manner for many different ages.
We could ask James Simpson to come up. James, for his leadership. James. For his leadership in the relocation of the Huntsville Honor Roll from the post office to its new home at the Canada Summit Centre. It took many hours and much coordination between the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 232, the town of Huntsville, and the post office to ensure the proper and safe transfer of ownership. Congratulations, Jim.
Thanks, Jim, and everyone was out getting their smile cookies this past week to support the Legion. Yeah. The next one on our list is Katrina Catercio. Come on down. For her, Katrina's here for her contributions to the Huntsville and Area Historical Society. Katrina has brought new innovations and partnerships to the organization that have brought our heritage to the forefront within the community once again.
All right, and our next recipient is Karen Lehman, and for her work as Huntsville Transit Operator. Karen makes a difference to so many people, helping them stay active within our community. Congratulations, Karen. Yep.
The last one that's here tonight is Robert L. Did I pronounce that right? Is it Eel? L? I wasn't sure. Eel?
Well, tell us what it is.
Robert, for your community involvement and daring to be better philosophy, Robert organizes events and supports many organizations within the community, including the Muskoka Comic-Con, the Coldest Night of the Year, and the Huntsville Hospice. And we had Sarah Roberts was unable to attend.
So Sarah Roberts received an award, and it's for her contributions to girls hockey, parent council, and other community organizations. Sarah was a huge asset to the Chevrolet Good Deeds Cup Challenge and raised over $100,000 for Food for Kids Muskoka. Yeah, pretty awesome. Congratulations, Sarah.
So if we can have the nominees come forward, that'd be great. Okay, we're just going to take 5 to let people leave. I just wanted to mention Jessica Smith. Where's Jessica? Jessica is our staff lead on this project and did all of the hard working and organizing it. So I want to shout out to her. She did a wonderful job and made it easy. Thanks.
Okay, that was a short break, but welcome back, everybody. And that session was a lot of fun. But the next ceremonial presentation will be equally interesting, and that is with J.P. Graham, Commander and Constable Ted Warman, both from the OPP. And here to give us a highlights and summary of overview of the OPP summer of 2024. Welcome, gentlemen. JP, our chairs are, they're not built for you two. That's,
It's the hips, they won't lie.
we'll, we'll make note of that. All right. Okay, welcome.
Thanks for having me today. It's a pleasure to give you an overview of actually the last 3 summers up here in Huntsville Lake of Bays. And to my left, we'll be talking about Ted Warman right after that and the new initiatives that we are recreating here in Huntsville. So out of the last 3 years in Huntsville, you can see the top 10 calls for service that our officers are responding to. The top 3 is traffic complaints, motor vehicle collisions, and community service. Now, I'd like to note in 2024, there was a spike in community service events in June and July. And those numbers are somewhat skewed because our MCERT team was using community service for some of the referrals that they were attending to for people with mental health or addiction, and they required the service that we were providing. So you can see in August of 2024, they leveled out to what would be a normal number of community service events that our officers would be attending. So this is just a graph that highlights some of the calls for service that we're attending. Again, the bulk of the calls that we're seeing are traffic complaints, mainly on our main roads of Highway 11, Highway 60, as we see an increase of tourism and use of our highways heading out to the Algonquin Park. Now this graph is interesting because it breaks down each month by the 3 years. It speaks to the Highway Traffic Act charges, the Criminal Code traffic charges, which are related to impaired driving, and the Criminal Code non-traffic. Those would be investigations that our officers would be conducting in relation to crimes against persons. So there is a steady increase in both non-traffic criminal code charges and traffic related charges, which are impaireds, and then a decrease in some of our proactive traffic related offenses that we were laying. We're pretty steady across the board, and the numbers that we see still yet somewhat concerning when you look at August of 2024. Our officers apprehended and arrested 23 impaired drivers on our roadways. So this is a graph that would show a lot of the proactive work that our officers would be conducting out in Lake of Bays and Huntsville. And these are solely the number of traffic stops they would be doing each month and each year. As you know, they're pretty consistent across the board of each year and each month. August 2024, the officers stopped 305 motorists, and these are all proactive stops within our community. Now, just off to the final slide of the quick overview of the summer of 2022, 2023, and 2024. Traffic stops continue to be the bulk of our calls to service, as you can imagine. You know, if I wanted to break them down a little bit further, it would be every long weekend in the summer, every event that we have, any attraction that we would see people gravitating towards from the GTA. We would see those traffic complaints on our major highways, and with more people on the roadway, our second call for service would be the amount of collisions that we're responding to as well. Our proactive approach in terms of our traffic stops continue to be steady and, I mean, you know, inconsistent with amongst our officers. And so I guess subject to any questions about the summer, we can take them now, and then I'd go into basically some of our strategic priorities in our plan for the next 3 years.
Sure, that makes sense. Are there any questions around the summer activity? Yeah, okay, look at that. Right away. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. Those graphs are very interesting, and I guess my question for you is, June, some stuff seemed to be down, like drunk driving and the traffic violations. and then July and August way up. I guess two questions. Is there a reason why June was slower that you can figure out, and also, is this consistent with OPP detachments across the province, or is it unique to us?
Yes, so June is typically a slower month for us in terms of the calls to service. School's starting to get out. People are not in vacation mode per se. In comparison to some of the detachments within Central Region, Muskoka is quite unique in terms of the calls that we're receiving and the increase of those calls. And so it's unique to Muskoka in general for the August and July months.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. And I guess my question is regarding, and maybe you're going to touch on this, but this is the 3 summer months. Is it a huge spike from our regular, from May or January until May or June, and then the other months? Does it really drop down significantly, or is it really the increase in visitors that we have that creates these numbers?
There is a decrease in our calls to service in the off season, but I would suggest that looking at our off season, Huntsville seems to be very progressive in terms of being an attraction all year round, for the fall colors to the winter events to the spring and into the summer. We've seen a very consistent call volume in the off season, especially since the pandemic, where most people had converted their seasonal residence into an all season place they can attend. So to your question, it is a drop, but it is consistent to the calls that we're responding to off season.
That's really interesting. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. That was one of my two because I wondered if there had been since COVID an increase because more people are now living here year round. So thank you for that. But also through you, Mayor, to JP. Your staffing complement, especially in the summer, how many staff are on a given day?
That's a good question. I guess it would vary. So, Huntsville's unique as being a detachment within Muskoka, but we often look at sharing resources from Bracebridge to Orillia, depending on some of the operational pressures that we have. But I would say that we have the right amount of staff to address the operational pressures that we're faced with.
Okay, yeah. My question was more because I'm thinking of, I know how far our roads teams have to go and how far our parks teams have to go to all the areas to get to everywhere within Huntsville. It is quite a large, capacity. If you only say had 5 staff on for a day, it's kind of hard to get to some of the far out Buck Lake and all of those other places too, right, on a given day.
Yeah, and the organization has recognized that Huntsville has grown in population, has many attractions that have increased our calls for service. So when we look at the staffing model currently to where we need to be, there is going to be some investment into the increasing staffing complement within Huntsville to meet our operational pressures and how we project those pressures to be in the near future.
Okay. I think we can move to the second part. That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks. So I brought Constable Ted Warming here because what I found certainly after the pandemic is there was a little bit of an outcry of a little humanization in the service that we provide to our communities. We have 3 strategic priorities within our action plan, one being reduce the victimization of criminal activity, and safe roads would be our second one, as well as marine patrols. The third component of our strategic plan is community well-being. And so for us to be able to speak about community well-being, there has to be an investment from our office within the community. So from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic, or during pandemic and then post-pandemic, we realized that we were failing the community in providing an adequate point of contact or facilitator in terms of re-energizing our grassroots policing initiatives. So what we've done is we've taken Ted Warman from a frontline constable role into a grassroots policing role, and one of his main components is to look at fostering relationships with our youth, collaborating with our community partners, addressing some of the needs of our youth through dealing with some of the addictions and mental health, and getting back to the grassroots initiatives that we often seen before, with dedicated foot patrols, knowing our neighbors, initiating community watch, looking after some of the building capacity within our auxiliary program. And so again, it's really kind of broadening the scope of, police are not necessarily the end all be all in terms of fixing some of the root causes of the issues that our community faces, but really kind of bringing everybody together and working towards a solution. And Ed's already started doing a lot of his initiatives. I believe even tomorrow he's doing a coffee with a police officer here at Town Hall and Partners Hall tomorrow. And I'll let Ted expand on some of the things that he's been doing already and what he's already accomplished in the short period of time he's been in this role.
Ted, before you start, I was really remiss in saying welcome, because this is your first opportunity to sit around the table, this table, and we really appreciate you being here and all of what you're about to tell us what you're doing. And I've had the privilege to hear about some of the things firsthand. So again, thank you for being here, and over to you.
It is a little overwhelming. Like Staff Sergeant Graham has said, one of the goals that we set out was to build relationships that haven't been there for the last number of years, especially in the local high school, and to just foster better relationships with everyone else. So I've been doing this since September 2nd, and it's been a vertical learning curve for what we actually have in our community. Being 10 years on the road here, I had no idea how deep the services we actually have, because we would deal at the frontline level and call to call to call. You never learned what was there. So I've had the opportunity to do a lot of connecting with all of our service providers, mental health, addiction, schools, etc. So it's going to allow me a lot better perspective, so I can help with the various community groups to do whatever they ask. If it's feasible and I can accomplish it, then that's my goal. We have a lot of issues with youth in our community, and I think that's more of a global thing. Since the pandemic, they've struggled. The schools see it, and they're very engaged, and they've been very welcoming. All the elementary schools, they're drawing a lot of my time. The high school is starting to draw a little more time, and I'm trying to get more proactive to put myself into their environment, and they've been very receptive. So it's been a nice change. Within our detachment, all the officers have the same perspective I have. They don't see what's really behind the scenes. So I'm allowed to, or it allows me to give them that insight and share with them what can be done and give them avenues for the people that they're dealing with. So it's been a great 10 or 12 weeks, but there's a lot of work to do. And we'll just keep plugging along and meet the needs of the people that need us. So.
Thank you for that.
One of the things that we're looking at doing in 2025 is really kind of taking our MCERT team, which deals with addictions and mental health for adults, taking Ted's role in dealing with youth, mental health, and addictions, and that collaboration piece of it. We're going to interject 2 more officers for the new year, and we're going to be very specific in terms of a community mobilization unit that's going to be dedicated to focusing on not only dealing with trends, but ensuring that we're proactive in dealing with the trends before they become an issue for our community.
That's amazing. Before I turn it over to council, so on that last point, JP, when you say to be more proactive, can you give us just a sense of maybe one incident, what that looks like, right, on the ground?
Well, a lot of it's going to be driven from, community based, or what our officers see on the road. Like Ted was saying, a lot of the times our officers don't have the time to invest in trying to deal with some of the root causes or address them. When we look at, looking at a trend at the face of it, we want to make sure that we're jumping ahead. I think history can be a good predictor of what we're going to see in the future. If we're looking at population growth and we're looking at certain trends, even if it's environmental design type of thing, we're going to be able to have a team of people to be able to get out there, to be able to work with our community partners, have a team approach in terms of the collaboration. And I think we play a significant role in that. And we can take our words into action and to address some of those issues.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I'm council. And are there any? Yes, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. I'm glad to see that Huntsville Detachment is looking at expanding community involvement with their youth. Years ago, during my turbulent time at HHS, we had a very similar program, and we had Constable Joe Van Hoof, who was involved in that program for many years, and we had Constable Glenn Summers. And both of those men were great men, and they made great differences in our community and in our high school youth. I think back to my high school days, and those two guys were able to make connections every day, and they were able to make a difference in our community. So I'm glad to see this addition. Sometimes I think we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to look at what's worked before, and this is a program that definitely worked before. I think it'll be a great addition. Glad to see it starting again. So
Thank you for those comments. Are there any other? No, Councillor Morrison?
Just one quick comment. I think you made a great choice in Constable Warman. I've had an pleasure of working with Constable Warman, and what I love is that you're present, you're active, you're out there. I saw you at the announcement for Mobile Hub for Mind Aid. I know you're both huge supporters of Mind Aid, Victim Services, and KMH and the rest. But this is your actions will have impact right away, but they'll be felt for decades. I mean, Corey Clark's not 17 years old anymore, and he still remembers the impact of the program before. So I'm so excited that you're doing it. I think that you're the right choice for it. I think it's already having an impact. So thank you. Thanks so much.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship, and through you to JP and Ted. Thanks for coming and really appreciate it. I'm excited that we're putting some resources towards mental health and addictions. And is this a pilot? Is this a project that is going to go through with your 5 or 10 year plan or whatever plan you have into the future?
So our current plan actually goes until 2025, but I could see this being successful, creating a foundation so we can build upon it for the next 3-year action plan. We're going to definitely be working with our new detachment boards on that plan. There's going to be lots of consultation with that. But I think Councillor Clark was bang on when he said, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Yeah. I think it's getting back to the fundamentals of what we do for our community, how we can provide a basic level service that people can relate to, and moving forward, how do we make our community safer and healthier in terms of both mental health and trying to really build up barriers so we're not influenced by some level of corruption with our community to kind of break our moral fiber down.
Yeah, oh, fantastic. Well, good luck, Ted.
That's okay. I don't think I see any, and I'm looking at Deputy Mayor Armour or Councillor Stone. They don't have their hands up. So Again, thank you both. I look forward to our next OPP Detachment Board meeting, which I think is in December. And as Councillor Fitzgerald said, good luck. But, you know, it's, as you've alluded to, you've already made a difference. And we all, as to Councillor Morrison's comment, we know you're out there, you're at events, everybody sees that you're ever so present, and that's halfway there, really. I think it's brilliant. Thank you again for coming. Okay, so our next, we only have one item under deputations, and we do have one deputation request, and that is from Ryland Davis to talk about the Haynes Road safety issues. And Ryland has prepared a presentation, so I think we'll walk through that. And before Ryland starts, when it comes to asking questions, if everyone could speak really clearly in their microphones so that we can all be heard, that would be great. Thank you. Over to you, Ryland.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. And I'd like to just say that this is actually almost 4 years to the day that I spoke to council last time about Masks for Mental Health, so kind of interesting for me. So I am here today to talk about Haynes Road safety, about speed and sidewalks on the street. Haynes Road is a 2-kilometer road stretching from West Road to Highway 60. It is a town-owned road, not a district road. There was originally some confusion on who owns the road. It is the town of Huntsville. It is a mixed development road with commercial and residential. And then within commercial and residential, we have mixed residential, which is apartments, and we also have, again, mixed commercial with what we have, businesses, auto shops. There are over 40 homes alone on just Haynes Road. And then on the Jack Street development, or Dave Goodfellow's development, there's over 100 homes. It's actually going to be closer to 200 homes. And the only access to that development is off of Haynes Road. There's also Silver and Goldie Streets, which again add over 100 homes to our area. So it is a very large area of homes. And our residents are of all ages. There are young families, there are senior citizens. So it's a very diverse population that lives on our road. There is a very interesting hodgepodge, as I'd like to call it, way of pedestrian use on Haynes Road. From West Street to just in front of Harvey's, there is a concrete sidewalk. From Harvey's to Jack Street, it's just the shoulder of the road. There's nothing there. And then from Jack Street to Highway 60, and it's actually not all the way to Highway 60. It's a gravel and asphalt path. Part of it is in front of the paramedic station, which is the asphalt side. Gravel is in front from the new intersection at Haynes and Center down to Jack Street, which again is not maintained. There's currently a snow fencing blocking it off. So that's just the map there. So the red you see is where there is a concrete sidewalk. The blue is our missing link, and the yellow is kind of our, I call it okay, it works. So if we want to look at this in a broader picture of the neighborhood, Haynes Road is a very large connection to the commerce area of Walmart and some of our dealerships there. And if we look there, there is a lot of, again, missing links. So the yellow is our asphalt path. So it starts at Flag Park and goes down and around. But then again, if you go on Howland Drive, walking past Colorworks and the couple businesses there, there is nothing until you get to HLD, which again causes a problem because you see we're over near Toyota and West Street there. When if somebody's coming to Walmart and they're walking, you have two options. You either go up the hill or you come to Silver Street and Haynes Road. I can tell you I'd rather go Silver Street and Haynes Road because I wouldn't want to have to walk up the hill. And so I just want to very much stress on Haynes Road, Howland Drive, Silver and Goldie Streets, it's not just homes. There are several businesses that use Haynes Road as the major route that allows customers to get to their business. The Freshco development, which has brought a lot of new businesses up there. Home Depot, Honda, the beer store, Tim Hortons, several auto body shops. I would want to really highlight Bowman Fuels because that is a lot of heavy trucks that are using our really residential, what was built to be residential. Town trucks, the fire department, and again, transport trucks use that, which does cause some problems there. And we also, I'd like to really highlight two critical services that rely on Haynes Road. The Muskoka Paramedics Huntsville base is located on Haynes Road. This often leads to the EMS responding quickly down Haynes roads to emergencies. And at night, the road is not lit, with the exception of it is 2 lights on Haynes Road. Well, I absolutely respect and believe in the professionalism and driving ability of the MPS. There are times where the ambulances have had to use the shoulder to respond to an emergency because the vehicles simply do not move over. This creates a very dangerous situation for the pedestrians walking in our area. Then the Chrysalis House is also located on Kinton Avenue, which is approximately 200 meters away from the corner of Haynes and Howland, where I live. And so there are often young parents walking their children to schools, whether it be Pine Glen, St. Mary's, or over to HPS. Or they're walking up the hill to the new commercial developments or down to Walmart. And so that really leads to some very vulnerable people being in a dangerous situation where vehicles may not see them. I was sitting out on my porch, and there was a school bus that was stopped, had its lights out and everything, and a distracted driver blew right through it. And there was a little girl, 6 years old, crossing the street, was almost hit, which was very disheartening to see. Or a 16-year-old, about 16-year-old young man was walking, crossing the street from Silver Street over to go, looks like towards the gym, because there's the gym down on Northland Avenue, or road. And a vehicle did not stop at the Haynes and Howland stop sign. Blew right through it, ripped around the corner, because you got to pick up speed and you get the drag strip down towards Aben Graphics there, and almost hit the kid. So and that was just in the span of a week. So these are just some photos here. So where the blue car is, there's a stop sign there. That is where the person did not stop. My house is there, so that's where I was able to see the incident, these incidents happen. So there is a great picture. There's sort of a yellow highlight there. That's where the orange snow fence is. That's kind of where the unmaintained currently gravel is. It works. And then you see here on the shoulder of Haynes Road, that's all we're working with there, which is not safe. And again, here's the railway crossing. And then there's the issue of speed. People get a lot of speed coming down that hill, and it's a straightaway right down to the Chevy dealership. So people like to think that it's a drag strip. And so the current speed limit is 50 kilometers an hour. As I said, we've got mixed use business and residential, and it's just too high. With school bus stopping there, as I said, there's been many incidences, and I just left high school 2 years ago, and when I was in high school, countless times we had people running our lights, and I like to think I'm a very aware young person, but there was times where I was almost hit leaving the road. So and we've been here before. This matter was before General Committee on June 29, 2022. Michael McGuire was speaking before committee about there's some of the same issues. There was a bit of difference, and committee did pass a resolution, GC 122-22, and in that time, nothing has changed. The situation has only gotten worse because of the increased development. And I want to make it very clear, I am not an anti-development person. This is not in my backyard. This is development has increased. It's the infrastructure in our local area that needs to increase with development. And here's a copy of the resolution, and it was passed unanimously by General Committee 3 years ago. So the ask of council is that council commit to installing a municipal main pedestrian path along Haynes Road to fill in the missing links. Lower the speed limit from 50 kilometers an hour to a more reasonable speed limit. I don't know what the speed limit is reasonable, but something needs to change. And then work with the OPP to ensure the safety of children, youth, and teenagers as they're getting on and off the bus and walking to and from school, to ensure that there's compliance from drivers and on pedestrian safety and speed enforcement. As I said, we've got a lot of kids that walk over to the gym behind Scott Aitchison's office there. So it's a very busy time around 3:30 when school's out. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Ryland. And you have 1 minute and 53 seconds left. Look at that. Good job. You covered a lot. So I'm going to ask council if there are any questions. Yes, Councillor Cloutier.
Good presentation. Thank you very much for coming, Carla. I know the intersection at Haynes and Howland Drive is atrocious. The trees right on the corner are they block the whole. So the only way you can get out of there, especially if you're in a larger vehicle, like you said, transport, is you basically have to inch out, and by the time you inch out to get any sight line, you're already half in the lane coming down. So that's my big concern, is to open that intersection up. If it's can, but again, there's trees. Touch trees, here we go. So, but along there, yes, the speed is really quick. It's really fast. But I do see people do have concerns going through there, and sometimes they do go slower through there. But I think all in the future development, I think Mr. Stone might be able to relate more on what the sidewalk program is in there, as he worked on it this year. So, but your concerns are definitely heard at this table.
Okay, thank you for that. Do I see any other? Yes, Councillor Morrison.
I've been on that road enough to know that you're right. No question. Great presentation, by the way, and you put a lot of work into it. And we don't know this stuff sometimes until someone brings it to us. I wonder, I've seen people drive way too fast down that road, and maybe I'll talk to Director Bissonnette. Would it be outrageous to think of Howland and Haynes having a three-way stop? Is that something that is outrageous? Would that solve some problems? Is it possible?
Can I just add something there,
If-
Mayor Alcock? 'Cause
If you may, I'm going to go to
Yep.
direct, yeah, I will. But if is it directly related to that?
Yes,
Okay,
because it
that's-
brings to the point that we have Silver Street there also, which adds
Right, to that
unique-
confusion.
a unique perspective there, because again, it's almost a four-way stop as it is, but. so-
Okay, appreciate that. So Director Bissonnette, if you wouldn't mind responding.
Through you, Mayor Alcock. Yeah, that would be a part of a traffic calming, so a three-way stop probably would slow the traffic down somewhat. But we did do the road needs study, and we're just going through that right now. There is recommendations where we'd have to further investigate the speed limits.
So thank you for that. And I will make a comment on that. But Councillor Renwick, for you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Riley, for the presentation. It was excellent. I live in that neighborhood as well, actually just on the other side of West Street and where the Tim Hortons is. So I've driven that road so many times. I think part of the 50 kilometers an hour is not that fast. It's just people aren't abiding by it. So it's unfortunate that our constables were just here. I think it's more of an enforcement thing too, having police there. And I know that because we're very close to Pine Glen School, not Pine Glen, Pine Glen, there are police officers that sit there in the mornings and they watch people come down West Road, turning on to Haynes, but they are enforcing, and they've got radar out, so they're enforcing that. So I think you brought up some really excellent points, and I just wanted to go back to Director Bissonnette as well about the sidewalk master plan. And I think, I don't have it visually in my head, but I think there are certain areas of that master plan where there are sidewalks that are proposed. And just recently, and I'm sorry to go on, but just recently we did that asphalt sidewalk that went from HLD around to the sort of start. That's brand new, and that was updated. So that's a good, it's easy to walk on, and you're off the road. There's a barrier there. So there are lots of good things that are happening, but you brought up some other really good, important facts as well. But thank you.
Thank you for all of those comments. Would you, Director Bissonnette, like to comment on the status of our sidewalk and missing links? I know we had a discussion the other day, and if there's...
Yep, through you, Mayor Alcock. We just did complete a sidewalk assessment just currently, so we're also going through that. I believe this year he's just going to be doing the we call it shaving, just making sure the trip hazards aren't there. And next year we'll be putting in a capital plan to do sidewalks, replacements, and cracks and all that.
Thank you for that. So one of the things I'd like to say is I thought your presentation is incredibly timely, because we're going to consider our road needs study on Wednesday. And to Councillor Morrison's point, if, you know, it's really important that we hear presentations, especially if they're well done, that will, we listen to that and it will be part of any discussion that we have. And to the point about, I think some issues were raised about the possibility of a three-way stop. All of a sudden that becomes part of the conversation. And to Councillor Renwick's point, the OPP were here, but we have an ongoing relationship with them. So that can be raised with them as well. Certainly, we'll put that on their radar. So I think all of the things that you've raised are, as I said, timely. And unless there's something else that, Deputy Mayor Armour, it's hard to tell you have that little hand up. Has it been up forever?
It's been up a couple of times, so that's okay. Other people ask the same questions. But I just wanted to reach out to say great presentation, Ryland. And maybe if we reach out to the OPP, they do have that speed trailer. Maybe it's time to do another evaluation of the speed on that road so we get some new documentation on it.
Great suggestion, and we can certainly reach out and do that. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Thanks for presentation, Ryland. For sure, this is an area that I get a lot of specific calls on speed and concern. As a matter of fact, this past summer, Randy and operations helped us to implement some of our message signs, the new message signs. We placed them on that road because of the speeding that was happening. So just the fact that we had to do that tells you that there is an issue there for sure. And I think that we've talked and heard about some of the things that we could do, and speed should be one of those things that are looked at on that road for sure.
Okay, thank you for that. And I do think the one thing about the presentation that was really worthwhile including was the past resolution from 2022. So we know that it's still an issue.
And that's what our neighbors have said, is that, you know, again, we appreciate council, and we absolutely do, in the work that has been done and in the master plans and in sidewalks, but we'd like to see something implemented, even if, you know, again, I understand that we're going through budget right now, but if we can just make a small step on, you know, a bit more enforcement, maybe some signs for now, until we can get sidewalks implemented at some point.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't think I see any. Oh, Councillor Morrison.
I guess to that point, like it sounds like there was someone here in 22 and a lot of good intentions, but we get busy, run out of money, whatever else happens. As far as the
Well, the
three-way
division at
stop, what
Huntsville
would be the
Road.
process of, I don't want to overburden Director Bissonnette, but as far as asking someone to look into the feasibility of a three-way stop, just so there's action
Right,
on it.
and I think that's a great suggestion. Director Beeson.
Through you, Mayor Alcock, I believe that has to come back to this table and it's got to go through the bylaw process, so.
And I think perhaps if we can just maybe give direction to someone to bring that back, because I think that's the cheapest fix to get some kind of traffic calming. I like that term. So how would we go about
New
that?
business. I'm just sorry about that,
Yep.
Councillor Morrison. I was just asking if we could add that under new business, just a simple directive.
Or bring it back
And I'm
December
looking
9th,
at the
potentially?
clerk, or
Okay,
can we
we'll bring it
just-
back December 9th.
And we can bring it back December 9th.
Okay, let's do
right.
that.
Let's
Okay.
bring it back December 9th. Okay. All right, look at that. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, so moving right along to council minutes. I have a motion moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the following council meeting minutes be adopted as printed and circulated. Regular meeting, October 28th, 2024. Special meeting, November 12th, 2024. And the planning meeting, November 13th, 2024. Are there any questions or comments with respect to these minutes? They're significant minutes. I don't see any. All right, let me look and see if there's a little hand from our, I don't see a little hand, and I'm not seeing any questions or comments, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around unanimously. Thank you all. And so what that means is we have just passed our budget, our 2-year budget. Haven't we? I thought that was council minutes. Oh, general. Oh, okay. Sorry, I've stepped out in front. I think I did something that Councillor Morrison did at one. I said you did. I'm just following your footsteps. A lot of excitement and enthusiasm here. Okay, I know what. Where is she going? Well, I was corrected. I stand to be corrected. All right. Okay. Well, okay. I take back the excitement. All right. I'm moving along to. So starting with the Huntsville Public Library Board, Councillor Cluche, anything to add from October 4th?
Through you, Chair, nothing to add. Read as written.
Okay. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll move along to the Downtown Huntsville BIA. We have 2 sets of minutes, October 10th and November 12th. Councillor Renwick, anything to add?
Nothing to really add, but thank you, Your Worship. The one thing I wanted to mention, and it was from the November 12th meeting. Those minutes have not been ratified yet by the board, but I think they're just there for information, and they will go back to the board.
Okay.
But I just wanted to call attention to just 2 small things. Not a small thing, but just a reminder that in 2029, so it's a couple of years away, the BIA will be 50 years old. So that's something that the BIA is going to be celebrating, and they're going to start putting a committee together to look at that. So it's going to be a big celebration. And then the other thing that you may have read in there is about this proposed garbage pickup. And we did have a discussion about the fact that the downtown now has 2 different dates for garbage pickup. And it's been kind of a messy, pardon the pun, but it gets messy when you have garbage set out the night before. When we used to have it on Wednesday nights, it was awful. Now we've got it for 2 nights. So there's been a discussion, and there's been some ideas percolating of what can be done and how we can make it a little bit more, not streamlined, but how we can, there are ideas coming up, because it is awful when you're downtown on a Wednesday night and there's so much garbage down there for, Thursday morning pickup. And lastly, the Muskoka Market is this weekend on Saturday, November 30th. Their tree lighting is on Friday the 29th, and the Santa Claus Parade is this weekend as well. So lots happening in the BIA. And customer appreciation, thank you, Councillor Schumacher, on the 28th, which is Thursday, yes.
Needless to say, a lot going on.
There's a lot
this
going on in
weekend.
our town.
Plus the community living brunch is on Sunday,
Right.
as well.
Yep.
All right. Are there any questions about any of that? I don't see any. Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Renwick. And moving along to 8.1.3, the Municipal Accommodation Tax Association. There were 2 sets of minutes, October 15th, November 4th. Councillor Morrison, anything to add?
Nothing to expand on. We have our biannual touch point with the Town of Huntsville team coming up on the 28th. Other than that, everything's going really well.
Thank you for that. And yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Reading those minutes, I just had a question. What's astrotourism?
Yeah.
There was a mention of that. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah. So astrotourism is really neat. It's an initiative going, I like our beautiful skies, stars, things like that. We actually did a campaign that was bringing people to town to appreciate the beautiful skies that we have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's really cool. All right. I don't see any other questions, so I'm moving. Yeah, I think I'm okay. All right. Now I'm moving to the next agenda item, reports for adoption. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the following general committee meeting minutes and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as printed and circulated. Regular meeting October 30th, 2024, and regular meeting November 11th and 12th, 2024. Are there questions or comments with respect to these minutes? And I better put my glasses on just to make sure a little hand isn't. No, I'm not seeing any there. I'm not seeing any around the table. So I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Now can I get excited? Now I may. So for anybody who may be watching, council has just unanimously endorsed our 2-year budget for 25-26. And I want to thank everybody who has worked on this budget for the last how many months? It seems like forever, but at least 2.5 months, 3 months when we first started working on it. And our staff, you know, we asked them to come in with a limit of no more than 4.99. And not only did they achieve that, but they came in under that for both years. And there was a lot of very hard work, very hard decisions. And I want to thank my council colleagues for all of the time and effort that you put into this. I think it's a very good budget that recognizes the importance of fiscal responsibility, but also meets the challenges that we face, such as the need to increase our roads budget and our infrastructure. I know there were some very hard decisions, and you got through it. We all got through it. So I just want a very big thank you to everybody. Is there anybody else who would like to? Nope. Okay. All right. Then I will move along to our next item, and this we go to reports from municipal officers, and we're starting with 9.1 from Jessica Boys, report number Corp 2024-63, the Marriage License Modernization Project. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the Chief Administrative Officer and Director of the Legislative Service Clerk be authorized to execute a participation agreement with His Majesty the King in Right of Ontario as represented by the Ministry of Public and Business Service Delivery to facilitate online applications for marriage licenses. Ms. Boyce, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. So this report, as the motion states, is with respect to a provincial program for marriage licenses. It's free to the town of Huntsville, and the advantage, although the program's not that much different than what we have in place, it allows applicants to upload their documentation when they're submitting their application. And then one of the major issues we run into is people come on the day to obtain their license, and their driver's license or their passport is expired. So we would avoid that and make sure that they still get their marriage date. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a quick question to Jessica. Do the couples still receive a marriage certificate? Well, not like a piece of paper that actually has, okay. Thank you. Just. All right.
All right, are there any other questions? Not seeing any. All right, I will then call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much for that report. Moving to our next item, 9.2. We have Trevor Donald is joining us with report number development 2024-104, Save on Energy Demand Side Management Programs. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Morrison, whereas the town of Huntsville recognizes that demand side management is one of the best tools in the toolbox to minimize energy use while supporting decarbonization and keeping costs down. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Director of Community Services or their designate be authorized to enter into the Save on Energy's Energy Performance Program Participant Agreement. Mr. Donald, over to you.
So through the mayor, staff are always reviewing funding programs, but also doing so with a bit of pragmatism. Funding applications require municipalities to do some self-reflection by identifying areas of potential improvement across different competencies, including policy, staff capacity, technical capacity, and risk. If we were to complete a maturity scale, I believe the energy performance program delivered by Save On Energy for the IESO would be a good fit, and it ties with the recently updated Energy Conservation Demand Management Plan. Being responsible for core infrastructure in the municipality, there are significant challenges in that responsibility, and there are also opportunities. Through the process of managing, renewing, replacing, and expanding infrastructure, we can make sure that we are aligning with our climate and sustainability goals. For example, beginning in 2025, all commercial fuel-burning boiler systems must meet 90% thermal combustion efficiency or above. This means the only boiler replacement option will be condensing boilers. This shift is due to Amendment 15 of Canada's energy efficient regulations. So the purpose of this retrofit, the heating systems to ensure maximum energy efficiency, reliability while reducing operating expenses. It is also crucial to recognize that climate action is not just an environmental issue, it's an economic one with significant potential for cost savings. Investing energy-saving measures will not only keep our capital planning stable and predictable, but also insurable and prevent the municipality from bearing high costs in the future.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate this report. Are there any questions with respect to this? Well laid out. Seems like it makes sense. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Trevor. I know that you've been hiding out in your office, combing for these kind of things to come our way, and you always present them in an orderly fashion, so I appreciate that. I seem to recall in the past that we had some good success with similar programs, not quite like this, but and experienced some incredible savings. So happy to support this.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Trevor. All right, the next item is report number Corp-2024-60, Town Facilities Overview, and we've been joined by Director Frame, and I have a motion moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that staff be directed to consider large town facility projects from an overall town-wide strategic perspective and report back with options in 2025. Over to you, Ms. Frame.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. So just to provide a little bit of context, over the past several years, there have been quite a few discussions surrounding larger town facility projects and the need for upgrades or replacements for a bunch of them. So these projects in the past, though, have generally been discussed in isolation from one another. So it's hard to get the big picture, right? Look at things from an overall perspective. So now with the town's new strategic plan adoption earlier in 2024, staff really feel that it's necessary to look at these larger facility requirements from an overall town-wide strategic perspective. So essentially, there are a lot of moving parts with all of these different facility projects. Tons of different options being considered, and each one will need to be further refined before we can bring back kind of a fulsome report on and a recommended plan of action for each of these facilities. So, we need to prioritize, we need to figure out financing options and funding options. And, if we do this one project, then what other options become available, right? So we're kind of looking at things from the big picture. So that's what this report is all about. And we're looking for direction to continue looking into those options in order to bring back a more fulsome plan.
Absolutely. This makes all the sense in the world. I can hardly wait for if council gives you the direction, I can hardly wait for this report to come back, because as you said in your comments, we've been talking about all of these various initiatives and sure want to see them all put together in one report and how we might do it and what our priorities are. I can hardly wait. Are there questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Cloutier, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Reva. Very good report on it. Just more comment out to the public that I think they have to bear themselves for the future of the cost of these items. They've been basically put off, especially our operations division, for years. Almost say neglect. And we don't even have a salt dome. If you drive into any town, they have salt domes. Just stuff like that that has to be, they're big ticket items, but they have to be done. They needed, whether our town stayed the same size as before or growing in the future, it has to be done. Our building over on Medill Church is not up to standards. We spent a lot of money on it the last few years, had trouble with the drinking water there and everything. And that's for the betterment of the employees and the staff that work over there. We definitely need that as a big item, and it's a sooner than later decision that has to be made. So I know we take a lot of flack for spending money, but when you're spending money on stuff like that, it's not a waste of money. It's our future and our past.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and through you, Teresa. Great report. This just makes sense. You know, we've been talking about a lot of these projects for a long time, and I think we've kind of siloed them. So I don't think it's a wholesome approach. So I'm looking forward to this and getting all the information, and we know really where we stand moving forward. So I can't wait.
See, the excitement around the table. That's true. Isn't that what you're looking for? Yes. I don't see any other questions, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Frame. Okay, so we are moving to the last report from municipal officers, and that is, unfortunately, Director McKenzie is not able to be here tonight. She had a family emergency. Thank you. I wasn't. Anyway, but Suzanne is going to join us with respect to the next item, and that is report number Corp-2024-65. Development charges and the additional information number 2 report to follow up after the last discussion that we had at General Committee. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that development charge background study dated September 26, 2024, as prepared by Hempson Consulting Limited, with amendments in Resolution 217-24 be approved, and further that the draft bylaw as attached to Corp 2024-65 be approved, and further that the final bylaw for development charges be presented to Council on December 9th, 2024. And with that, I would like to turn it over to you two, if I may. Thanks.
Good evening. So staff have prepared the report included in tonight's agenda with additional information as requested by council. There are some examples included in there with residential and non-residential rates, and also included phase-in and discounting options. I'm available for any questions.
Sorry, I just missed that. Go ahead, say that again. Did you? Was
Sure.
it?
So the report included in tonight's agenda includes residential, non-residential examples with phase-in and discounted rates.
Okay,
as
so, and that's why I was looking at something. And so, what you're saying, are there any questions with respect to that? Okay, are there any, everybody had an opportunity to look at, I know this was a request from the development charges last discussion, where I think everybody wanted to see potential options of what it would look like if we phased in the increase over 2 years, 3 years, and I believe we also have 5-year potential. There was also the option of if we decided not to bring in the full 100% increase, but provided a discount. So there are options related to that as well. And with the impact that would have on the amount that we would collect over time, the amount, moreover, that we wouldn't be collecting, and what the impact would be. So really useful information, and I will ask council if, okay, I see Deputy Mayor Armour would like to jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Through you, through the options on this, I'm assuming that we're supposed to, you have one being apply the full rate, right down to 5, discount the amount of DCs to be paid for. Are you looking at this to pick one of the scenarios above from table 8 through to table 1? Is that what you're asking us?
Yeah.
So staff were asked to provide some examples. I'm
If I'm going to turn it to CAO Corey, but my understanding is you would like us to, we do need to consider this evening. We do need to, if we can, make a decision this evening as to what approach we would like to take. And we have been given a number of options. So CAO Corey, what else would you like to add?
Thank you, Worship. So as noted, before this came before Council or Committee for discussion, it was proposed at 100%, and we were asked to bring back options with respect to phasing in as well as reducing the amount. So that's why we're here before Council this evening. We do have a bylaw before us tonight. I believe Madam Clerk has the bylaw on. We do have some time restrictions, as have been previously noted during presentations. So tonight affords the opportunity to Council to discuss the percentage, to finalize the percentage, as well as if there's any desire to phase whatever percentage is decided in over the next number of years. So those options are all before you in the report.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to start with Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. So we've talked about this a fair bit over the last little while, and we all know that when we increase development charges, it has a lot of indirect effects too. And one of those indirect effects is how it affects regular people that are working their way through to build a home and whatnot. So I've heard a lot from those people, actually, the regular people over the last month or so, and the concerns they have, and how the increases will affect them. So that's why I would support a phasing in approach, and I would support a 5-year phasing in approach, because I think it would give people time to get their projects started, and then we can phase in over the 5 years as new projects come along. So I'd like to see us phase in both residential and the commercial phased in over 5 years. That would be my preference.
Well, thank you for that. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for the report. We sent you away and asked you for comparators and phasing in, and even your recommendation was to go with the full charge originally, and this gives us some good information to make a decision. I couldn't agree with Councillor Clark's comments more. I guess my concern is if we go full rate, even implementing, what does that do to our growth potential? And do we want to slow growth down? Because this is a good way to do it, to go with the full complement of charges. So I don't know if Councillor Clark, you were suggesting that we go in at the full amount and implement over 5 years?
I'll let Councillor Clark answer that. Certainly my interpretation is that's what you were referring to, but Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Yeah, that's what I was referring to, because I think one of the issues that we've seen is that the longer we put this off, the worse it gets over a period of time. So I don't like to increase development fees, because I really do think, just like Councillor Fitzgerald says, if you want to slow things right down, this is a great way to do it. But I also think that we've let this go on, and past councils have let this go on to such a point in time that now we have to fix it. And so I would be in support of the full amount, but phased in over 5 years to give us to give our community time to catch up themselves and start projects now rather than waiting.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, follow up, Your Worship. I tend to agree. I like the phase-in plan. I think about reduced rates, but then I think about the discussion we had previously about all the things we need to do.
Yeah.
And this is how we afford to do it, rather than put this on the back of every taxpayer. So I think that I'd like to do the 5-year implementation plan as well.
Okay, and that would be for both residential and commercial?
Yes.
Okay. I think I see Deputy Mayor Armour, and then I will go over to you, Councillor Schumacher. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree in the phase in portion for sure over 5 years. The only thing I'd like to see is phase it in over 5 years, but keep it at the 50% rate.
Oh, okay, so you would like the 50% reduction plus phasing it in over 5 years?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you through you, Your Worship. I tend to concur with Councillor Clark. I know we've both had past people sit at this table, and we're playing catch up, I think, to some degree on infrastructure. We had a presentation on missing links and whatnot. We're playing catch up. I don't like the idea of doing it at full, but I do like the idea of phasing in. And I guess my question was around you had 1 or 2 and 3 as separate, but I wouldn't keep them separate. I'd put residential and non-residential together. I agree with phasing in over 5 years. And as much as it pains me to do the full, I would say to do that over the 5-year period.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, so I agree on the phasing in, but I'm with Deputy Mayor Armour. I wouldn't, and this is going to get complicated because we could have 9 different opinions around the table of what we want to do, but we have to be careful here. Let's not kid ourselves. Development charges are taxes. It's a tax on housing, is what it is. And I have a bit of a unique perspective, and so does Councillor Clark, of selling new homes for a long time, selling new homes for one of the biggest developers in town. And when you increase development charges, that gets tacked on to the home buyer every single time. And some people think that it doesn't affect construction, but we got to be careful not to raise them so high that we get less houses built. If we have less houses built, we have less of a tax base. So we have less money to draw from for the levy. So yeah, we get a bit more money in growth-related DCs. We have less money each year coming in the tax levy. So I'm very much in favor of phasing in 5 years residential. I don't think we need to phase in non-residential. It's not as, I think that can go full pop right away. But I'd rather see somewhere around 80%, 75%, something like that. I know we're giving up revenue, but you got to realize it's not like we can just go grab this revenue. We're taking it from home buyers every single time. If you tack on, and this is a 250% increase, keep that in mind. Going from 7,000 to 17,000 is 250%. It's not small. So I'm not in favor of 100% at all, and I can't support 100%. I can support a 5-year phased in at a lesser percent. And I think, make sure I didn't miss. And the other thing too, Councillor Stone made it clear at the last meeting, and I think we have to be careful on how this affects the most vulnerable people trying to get into the housing market. I know we have Bill 23, we have a lot of exemptions. We still don't have first-time homebuyer exemption set up in a bylaw. That's a separate bylaw. It's a separate bylaw to this, but they're intrinsically linked. So today we don't know what that bylaw will be. We don't know who's going to get exemptions. If somebody wants to build a single family house as a rental, there's no exemptions. You're adding DCs to that to the tune of 250% higher. So I think we have to have a bit of a discussion about that. I know it's going to be a long night, but I don't think we're there yet.
Okay, there's some consistency though, the 5-year phase in, so that's consistent. And so I'm taking notes from everybody, and so the one area where you differ from Deputy Mayor Armour is you would consider the 75%, so a reduction of 25%.
Yeah, or a
And
compromise amongst us, finding a number that isn't full pop.
Right.
There's two things to think about. Yes, we do have a lot of things to pay for. We do have that. And I don't want, when you look at the work that Suzanne and Julie did is amazing because it lays out exactly the impact on what we're giving up, right? But we do have to think about the fact that if we have more homes built, our levy is strong, our actual tax levy is stronger, right? So if Councillor Fitzgerald's right, you want to slow down housing, go 250% higher on development charges and you'll slow down housing. So yeah, we get DCs and we lose out on tax revenue. So maybe there's a number in between that we can all agree on.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to go back to you, Councillor Clark. I was just reminded, just for everybody's, and I'm sure you're aware of this, but We do know that both Bracebridge and Gravenhurst Bracebridge phased theirs in over 7 years, but it was a 100% increase. So, and Gravenhurst also the full rate at 100%, but they're phasing in over 3 years. So just for information, we put that on the table. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock, and I respect Deputy Mayor Armour's words, and I respect Councillor Morrison's words as well. And I just can't get behind 50% because I just think it doesn't let us catch up to the point we need to catch up. Is 100% maybe too much? Maybe it is. Would I be open to a lesser number? I might be. I think I might be open to 75% if it meant that we could agree on something here tonight to move this forward. Because I think, you know, we've talked about it for so long, and we need to get this done.
Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. Sorry? Oh. Oh, yes, Dan's up there. I like the idea of doing the 100% on the non-res because that's a big ticket item too that we can make it. I agree with the 75% on residential on the 5-year. I think that's economical because, as Mr. Clark reiterated, we're playing catch up, and we have to. And I guess all we can say is we apologize for having to do that, but this is what we have to do. We got some big ticket items as brought up coming ahead forth in the future, whether this council's doing them or another council. We want to make sure that they're in the position to do them and be successful. There's nothing I want to leave if we're not all here come the next time that unfinished business or they're working from the behind the 8 ball right off the bat. So if can put a
In a minute, maybe
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
listen
I'll
to
let
Deputy
Dan.
Mayor Armour. And
Yeah.
before we go to Deputy, I just want to say I started tonight with I would have supported the original suggestion of over 5 years at 100% as proposed. But I'm also I'm listening and I think there are great arguments that have been put forward about the idea of at 75%, a 25% reduction over 5 years. And if that is something that people around the table feel more comfortable with, it still is a good increase. We're still filling up the coffers where we need to do it because we have huge needs and we have to start recognizing that. I think at 75%, it probably does that. Not as much as 100, but I think I certainly could support that. Back to Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. That's where I was going to go with that. As Councillor Cluche said, I could probably support 75% too. It does give us a little bit more money. But I have for Director Maxwell, I have a question for her. How's the building permits been going in the past year? Are we at our normal percentage of building permits, or are things slowing down?
Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. The permits have been slightly slower for new home starts. However, I don't think it's anything to do with the town's costs. It's more the mortgage rules and the higher rates that people were having to deal with and the mortgage stress tests, I believe.
Okay. I am going to, before I go to you, Councillor Stone, I'm going to Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm always amazed at the conversation or the discussion that goes around this table, and I always tend to wait till the latter just to hear what's going on, because some of it is it's a hard discussion, and it's something that I don't think I would be in favor of 100% either, considering that the increase is going to be as great as it is. On the other hand, what Deputy Mayor Armour suggested, the 50%, I think is not going to be enough. So I think I would be in favor of a 25% reduction. But to what Councillor Cluche said, I think, can we split it so that it is 100% for or for commercial and 75%, let's say, or 25% reduction on residential? Is that, that's a possibility?
I believe it is, and yeah, absolutely. Two separate streams.
That's
So,
correct, yeah.
And I think we're hearing around the table, the 100% on non-residential it's all right. Okay, Councillor Stone.
Thank you. My 2 cents are, I'm worried about the infrastructure. And this is where we get the money for the infrastructure. 100% might be too much, like Councillor Clark said. So I would be in favor of 80% or 75%, certainly for residential. And residential is what we're worried about these days. These young families trying to build their own home, and 100% on commercial from the outset, in my opinion. But the phase in of 5 years for 75% for residential, I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay, very much appreciated, and I believe Councillor Fitzgerald would like to make another comment.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I love the conversation we're having. It's a great discussion. I'm curious that our comparators or local communities, surrounding communities are at 100%. So I wonder if this is going to skew our numbers and increase our numbers for development if we have a reduced rate. It will be a little bit of an incentivification for developers and people doing single residences. If, you know, you can save $5,000, you can save $5,000. So is this revenue going to be greater than is anticipated through the study is what I'm getting at. You know, it spurred a lot of development being reduced for the past. And I think that when you look at the revenue number that was lost or discounted, that it may catch up with the amount of development that we do encounter. So I'm happy to support the motion of, if anyone's going to make the motion, 175.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting a little bit of the nod from Councillor Cluche. I think he really wants to put a motion on the floor and was ready to do so, I think, at least 10 minutes ago. But I do think, is that it? So do we need a 5-minute break to craft that motion, or are we ready? Because we do have an option we'd like to, we're ready. We're ready.
We're okay.
We're ready. So I think, Councillor Cluche, would you like to move?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to put a motion forward that we do a 5-year phase-in period, 75% on residential and 100% on non-residential.
And no phasing it in on the commercial?
No, phasing in.
And I think it's.
Phasing in the 100%.
I believe what I heard around the table was phasing in, because that's a big jump for the commercial.
Phasing in both on the 5 years.
Yeah,
Only 75% on residential.
Yeah, and 100% on the commercial.
And 100%.
So why don't we put that on the table, and if it's not quite what everybody agreed, then we can chat about it. So I believe the clerk is about to say something.
If I may, Mayor Alcock, I believe when we were speaking with Councillor Morrison today, he mentioned something about a policy. And I didn't know if you wanted to speak on that.
Yeah, we can speak to that. I guess I just want direction around the table that at the district, I wouldn't say I got duped, but I did. So I'm sure I'll get in trouble for saying that. But I brought up the ideas of exemptions and was told, oh, this isn't the place to talk about it. But they go hand in hand. And I know Councillor Stone had some good ideas. Virtually all rentals are going to be exempt. We know that. But there's no mechanisms in place right now. For instance, if we went 100% and you want to build a tiny home, you'd be $40,000 in development charges to build a tiny home if we did that. I don't know, and I know that we can't do it based on square footage because the consultant told us we can't, but there's other ways that we can incentivize smaller builds. We can incentivize rentals that aren't all exempt today. So I think if we're going to increase development charges, and we can't do this tonight, there's no way. But I just want us to know that we need to build that bylaw. It's not going to be easy. It's a lot of work to go into it. But if anybody has thoughts on what they want out there, I would support this increase, knowing that we're going to provide as many exemptions as possible to the most vulnerable home buyers. And that's what Director Clay and I were talking, and Councilor Renwick were talking about today.
I think that that's a great idea. My one comment though, if someone was coming forward with a tiny home, would it not qualify for the exemption? Because I'm sure it would be affordable, like it would fit within the affordable category, and we do have a definition around that under the provincial legislation.
But they would also need to be under a certain income threshold, and there's a whole bunch of parameters into it being affordable. And affordable rental is different than somebody buying a house, building a house to live in.
Right.
Right.
But I think
If it's 600
not
square
ju-
feet, for instance,
I think affordable housing, I think the category is fairly broad, but
yeah, the 300 and some odd thousand dollars, right? The affordable number that he
Okay.
brought.
But I think it makes all the sense in the world, and I'm going to ask, before I get to you, Councillor Fitzgerald, Director Maxwell, is this something that we could develop this policy, pass the DC charge tonight, and then develop the policy and bring it back? That would speak to Councillor Morrison's interest.
Absolutely. What we anticipate will happen is the housing needs assessment
Will
will
come
be
back.
presented to council on the 9th.
Yep.
And then staff will work on a housing action plan
And
to
this would be
implement
part
and
of that.
update our affordable housing policy early in the new year.
That's terrific. That I think would work then. Councillor Morrison, is that?
I'm 100% okay with that. Yeah, and I know that Kirsten's already working on that.
Yep.
And just as long as the council knows around the table that that's what I'm going to want to see, and I think everyone does want to see.
Yep.
And as long as that's the tone, then I'm comfortable.
Perfect. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I loved Councillor Morris's comment about tiny homes and income. I always think that we forget about our climate change environment kind of avenue in these discussions about money. So perhaps we can incorporate something in the bylaw about smaller homes, greener homes, less carbon footprint, and go at a reduction from that angle. And you know, maybe you're retiring and you're downsizing and you want to help the environment, but you make a little more than the threshold. So maybe we can come at it from a different view.
I love that. I really great comments. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to clarify that I don't think that would be able to go into the bylaw this evening. It's no, it's something that we're
No,
talking about.
it will come
It's
back as part of the housing.
the policy that Director Maxwell.
And that report that's coming back, as you say, Director Maxwell, it deals with the housing needs, but to the meetings that we've had, we're going to look at a number of areas, policy areas, which would include the opening of the OP to look at rural consent policy. We're looking at a number of initiatives, and this would be one of those. And I think that's the best place for it. That's great. How exciting is that? Okay, once again, I'm excited. Oh my God. All right, so I think we have, unless I'm missing, I don't see the hands. So could we put the motion, Councillor Cloutier's motion on?
Absolutely. I do have a small inclusion of a paragraph as per Councillor Morrison. If that's okay, we can talk about it.
Okay, all right, so we've got it, and I think it's fine. All right, so put it on the screen. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by, I know. I'm sure that Councillor Cloutier wanted to be in the first spot, but that's okay. All right, that's seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that development charge background study dated September 26, 2024, as prepared by Hempson Consulting Limited with amendments in Resolution 217-24 be approved. And further that the draft bylaw as attached to Corp 2024-65 be approved as amended with the following changes. Residential charges phase in over 5 years. Non-residential charges phase in over 5 years. Discount from residential charges at 100% to 20 or to 75%. And further that the final bylaw for development charges be presented to council on December 9th, 2024. And further that, staff be directed to bring back affordable housing options to provide further rebates for purpose-built rental housing to committee for consideration in 2025. Is Director Maxwell?
I think when we drafted this, we were thinking about rental housing specifically, but it could be
It's not really
just
what,
for housing.
for housing,
Yeah.
because I think the discussion was around ownership on tiny homes amongst other things. So maybe this is a little too restrictive. Could we just remove rental and just say housing? Does that sit well? Yeah. Councillor Clark's nodding. So Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. Purpose-built seems to be, would cover all those things, wouldn't it?
Purpose-built, do we need that? Is it just housing?
Yeah, but do you put affordable in there, or do you put affordable and purpose-built?
I think affordable's kind of, we've got affordable already, affordable
Yeah.
housing options to provide further rebates for,
Purpose-built.
okay, Councillor Morrison?
I guess it's hard to really, I think it's more to Director
Is it-
Maxwell.
yeah, it's a
It's hard to
general-
really pin it down.
I know, so I'm going to look to Director Maxwell. Would you advise us, please?
I think to provide further rebates, why don't we just delete everything and say, provide further rebates to committee for consideration?
That's good.
And then
I like that, because
we
I
can
think we know, and as long as Director Maxwell knows, she's got it. So that, let me read that, and further that, staff be directed to bring back affordable housing options to provide further rebates to committee. We're rebating committee? Yeah, it's sort of to committee for consideration in 25. Okay. Yeah, I think bring back for consideration in 2025. I think that's good, because otherwise the rebates are for committee. We need rebates of some sort, don't you think? Deputy Mayor Armour, I couldn't see your hand because we've been looking at the screen.
I figured as much. That's fine. I'm okay with the motion. I just have a question for Director Maxwell, or if someone can answer it. What is the, because once we pass this, is there still going to be an appeal process that someone can appeal it and bring it back?
Director Maxwell or Suzanne? Okay.
Yes, I believe that once notice is provided of the bylaw, there's a 30-day appeal period, I think. Yeah.
Okay, what we just heard was, yes, there is a 30-day appeal period once the bylaw has been passed.
Okay. Has there been any appeals, do you know, to the south of us?
There's a nodding of, no, not that we know
Okay.
of.
All right, thanks.
Okay, and Councillor Stone?
Thank you. The last further that says affordable housing. And I think there's other options we need to look at. I know the district has funding for people that are buying a home that's less than $700,000. And there's other housing that I think we should be looking at, not just affordable housing.
So if I may jump in there, I think the last paragraph in the motion can deal with other options when we consider this. That's my understanding, and Director Maxwell is nodding. So would that not suffice, Councillor Stone, that we are looking at, or you think?
The last further that mentions affordable housing specifically.
Okay. All right. So, and your suggestion is housing, not housing affordable or otherwise?
That's correct. Because as I mentioned, at the district,
Yes,
there
we
is-
have the $15,000 rebate at the district for
and
first
there might
time.
be some other things we want to consider.
So, okay, so maybe we delete the word affordable and refer to housing options. How is that? Does that work? Councillor Stone, would that work for you?
It absolutely would work for me if that could be removed from the last clause.
Okay, so now we've got a moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Cluche. I need a seconder for, yes, Councillor Morrison is seconding your proposed, We hadn't called the question on it yet, though, I guess. So, right. So, all right, we have a motion to amend. Councillor Stone has moved and Councillor Morrison has seconded the deletion of the word affordable in the last clause. So it would read, staff be directed to bring back housing options to provide further rebates for consideration in 2025. Any questions or comments about that proposed amendment? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And I can't see, all right, and all right. So I am going to call the main motion as amended. All those, I'm calling the other amendment as amended. All right. I'm calling the amendment as amendment. All those in favor? Oh, there's a question. Sorry, Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't had a chance to discuss the amendment. The only one, and I'm happy either way, but I'm wondering if we have to phase in the commercial over 5 years.
We
are,
did.
on the amendment, we are.
Oh,
But I was in favor.
I see
do you know
that
what I mean?
you were in favor of doing that lump sum.
Lump sum or over 2 years or 3 years. I just think the residential is the one I'm most concerned about. And if we can increase the commercial quicker, we can make up for some of the discounts we're offering on residential. I know it's a big hit.
It's a huge, absolutely, I put it out on the table. So I would ask council.
I don't want to amend anything. I just want to hear discussion to see if
Right.
it's, I'm not asking for a straw poll, Clerk Leah. I
It
promise.
just is, from my perspective, it is such a huge jump on that I forget what the percentage, but it's really big. But maybe the phase-in doesn't need to be 5 years. Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. I think if we don't phase it in over 5, I think if we hit them with it right away, it's going to stop everything. Development means jobs, jobs means money. So
And-
I think we got to stick with that. Can't kill them all at once and with one kick either.
No.
So I think like I said, it's jobs and it's money in the community.
And we do know of a couple of significant expansions in our industrial sector that I think I would prefer to see that phased in. I'm not sure if people are they comfortable with the 5-year phase in, or would you like to tighten it up? 5-year, all right. All right, Councillor Morrison, are you okay? Okay, so I've got to remember where I'm at. Call the amendment as amended? Yes, please. That would be great. The clerk is going to put up on the screen the amendment as amended. All right. So I don't need to read this again. Everybody has had a chance. I've read it once already. So now we see the amendment as amended. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Okay. All right. And Dan, did you have your hand raised, Dan, or Deputy Mayor Armour? Or were you voting in favor?
I had my hand raised.
Oh.
I didn't know if you're going to put the motion back down, so I didn't know if you could see me or not.
Okay, sorry. So raised because you were voting in favor or because you had a question?
I was voting.
Okay. All right. So then it carries unanimously. Now may I call the main motion as amended? Twice amended. All right. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for a really great discussion. And thank you, team, for presenting those other options for our discussion. All right. So, moving right along, I have a motion. We're going to bylaws and agreements for passage. So, I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2024-113 to 2024-127 inclusive be reported and passed this 25th day of November 2024. I don't have to read it because the rest is on the screen, and it is, for those who might be watching, it is exactly as it was in our council agenda package. So I'll give you a moment to read. Are there any questions or comments with respect to this? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody. Moving right along. Okay. So I need a 2/3 vote to put this on the table. Okay, for the next item under new business, we do have a motion prepared by Councillor Morrison and seconded by Councillor Stone. Before I read it, I'm asking for...
No, it has to have a 2/3 vote pass.
Okay, all right, so thank you. I'm going to read the motion. As I said, moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Stone, whereas the Dr. William S. Monk Community Healthcare Development Fund desires to grant $5,000 to be used for the retention of vacant physician office space in the downtown core to ensure availability for future doctors. And whereas existing physician office space has recently become vacant in the PharmaSave building located at 29 Main Street East. And whereas the town of Huntsville, through the physician recruitment program, has worked with multiple doctors regarding relocation to the community. Now therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to work with the owner of 29 Main Street East to facilitate the contribution toward the retention of physician office space at 29 Main Street East, and further that staff be authorized to finalize the conditions of the contribution and sign any necessary documentation. Councillor Morrison, if you wouldn't mind speaking.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Through that's a lot of legalese, but I can sum it up quickly. What it is, I was made aware that there was some doctor space downtown that had been vacated by retired doctors. It was probably going to hit the open market for lease, which could have resulted in any business going in there, but the landlord was hoping to keep it as doctor space. We talked about some MAT funds, but it would have taken too long. I was able to connect with a foundation in the community that was more than happy and excited to fund a bit of a bridge so that they could keep the space as clinical space. The situation was that they were able to, they had a line on one doctor, but one doctor is not enough to keep that space as clinical space. And it would have cost that one doctor too much where she would have had to say no. The landlord himself is going to take a significant hit over the next few months. The foundation's kicking in $5,000 to make the hit small enough that he'll keep it as clinical space. So there's one doctor in there now, and in the next few months, Lauren is working really hard, as well as Melmar and her team, to get another doctor or two in there. So at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're the conduit for the foundation's money, because the foundation needs an organization with charitable status to get the money into they can't just give the money right to the landlord. So all we're doing is acting as a conduit, and the space will be staying downtown as doctor space. Any questions? Let me know.
Thank you for that overview. Really appreciate it. Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. Equipment, does it come with it?
Yeah, you could, when I went and toured the space, literally Band-Aids, you name it, like everything is still there. So when the doctors step in there, it's fully equipped like the day the other doctors walked out.
Councillor Cluche,
Sorry.
follow-up? No, that's okay.
Staff, admin staff?
That I'm not aware of. If some of the former admin staff may go back or not, I'm not sure. But the good news is people that may have depended on a space downtown to see a doctor will still have a space downtown. And a huge thank you to the William S. Monk Foundation and through Kate Monk for jumping on this and helping us out.
Yeah, Kate is an exceptional person, very much involved in everything. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just a quick question through you to Councillor Morrison. Do we know how long the $5,000 would hold the room for if we don't get a doctor? Or are we going to come back to the table here, you think, in 2 months or so and ask for more?
Yeah, good question. And this is all that's going to be given. So what it was in order to keep it as clinical space, the landlord was taking a big enough hit that if there was a bit of an incentive offered, he was willing to take a hit for as long as it needed to be taken. So if it takes him 6 months, 8 months, 9 months to get the second doctor, that's the lease is committed to, and we're done. So this is going to secure the space for the long term.
Excellent. So we'll make sure that's written in the agreement then, right?
Absolutely. And yeah, and we have staff working on all that stuff to make sure we're covered. Yep, we're good. But yeah, and keep in mind, if anyone's listening, this is not taxpayers' money. It is not coming from the levy or the MAT tax or anything. It's coming from a very generous donor.
A very generous foundation.
And also involving Linda Caro of the Muskoka Community
Which is
Foundation, who
fantastic.
governs that fund.
Yeah, that's really great too. All right, are there any other questions in relation to this? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Morrison. This is really great, great news. And how lucky are we, right? All right, moving right along to our next item under new business, BIA appointments. I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Council approves the following amendments to Resolution Number 88-23, Downtown Huntsville BIA Board of Management appointments for the 2022 to 2026 term of Council. Deletions, Steve Campbell, Michelle Gardner, Kelly Haywood, Rachel Hunt, Will Lougheed, Nate Smith, Britt Stevens. And additions, Chandler Jolliffe, Tara Charlton, Haley Clover, CJ Seaman, Nancy Wenger, and Keel Wenger. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. All right, moving to new business. I thought this was all new business. Okay, so item 11.3 is West Fox Lake Road speed limit. Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, so similar to Ryland's presentation, I've had calls from the West Fox Lake area in regarding to reducing their speed from 50 kilometers down to 40. I think they would prefer maybe even 30 or 35 at this point. I have a petition from the 28 residents, or at least 28 residents on that road that signed it. Pictures of the small young children out riding their bikes and dogs and everything that is using that road. And I guess their concern is that a lot of, like, even the Purolator trucks and things like that that come down, they do not abide by the speed limit. I have had the road checked with operations, and I know we did register in a week at least 8 vehicles going over the speed limit in the check that we had done. So I know that with that 8, the recommendation from the staff were not necessarily to reduce the speed limit, but I know we are looking at the presentation on Wednesday as well. I know that Rylands isn't necessarily in here for a comment on the deputation either, so I guess like that one, maybe some consideration. Anyone has any questions or wants to comment?
Yeah,
Bissonnette,
Director
or-
Bissonnette, would you like to provide a comment on that?
Through you, Mayor Alcock.
Thank you.
Yeah, the traffic count was done by Brandon, and it was completed, and it didn't warrant a speed reduction. The road needs study does indicate further review is required, but that doesn't mean that the speed limit has to change. It could mean more signage or warning signs, etc. And in the road needs study, it's also mentioned that a local rural road is recommended at 60 kilometers an hour.
And it's already at 50, right, right. So if I may ask Councillor Schumacher, so really you're raising this because we should be considering this in light of our discussions on Wednesday as part of the bigger picture?
Yeah, I guess at that point, I mean, I know the people of West Fox Lake would like me to put a motion forward to have it reduced, and I am prepared to do that, but I think we probably do need to hear what is being presented on Wednesday before that motion comes. But Councillor Fitzgerald, who is the other councillor at that area, can...
Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald, anything to
Thank you, Worship. I'm curious because I think there's a big curve there in the road. So I'm not sure that rural road speed applies to every situation, you know. Driving all around Muskoka, you get the big curve sign and it says 30. I've driven that curve many times. That seems like a 30 curve to me. Now, do I slow down to 30 on the ones that are in my neighborhood? Yeah, I do. And sometimes you can't go 30. So I don't know if we wait for the report, but it seems like there's some merit in the complaint here.
And merit in looking at signage too, and potential is certainly around a curb. I think I know that one too.
Just follow up on that.
We did
Yeah.
put signage to that curve, just so you are aware.
So will that signage requirements, are they going to be addressed in the study?
Director Bissonnette?
Through you, Mayor Alcock, yes, they will be addressed, and you're right, we could put some advisory signage out on the curves.
Thank you all for this. So what I'm hearing is certainly there's merit in discussing this further, and certainly as part of our road need study, and looking at this one in particular for a couple of possible options that might address the concerns. Is that okay?
Fair enough at this point, I can take that back.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. The clerk is motioning something. Did I miss the deputy mayor again? He's looking a little bored at this point because I keep missing him. So it is. You know what? It's your, I think, actually, thank you for that, Councillor Morrison, because that's what I was going to say. The little yellow hand blends in with your background.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll make sure I put my hand up, or maybe just speak. I just want to make a comment. You know, the only way to really enforce speed is through the OPP, and even reducing the speed limit out there to 30 kilometers, 25 or 20. Those who speed will continue the speed. So maybe that's the direction we need to be going on. Just my 2 cents.
Absolutely no. It's an excellent comment, and I'll go back to it though that there are clearly some issues. We do have possible ways that we might address a couple of them. And so it will be part of our discussion on Wednesday when we look at the road needs. Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, and I did actually reach out to JP on this particular road. They were going to take a look at it for sure. And to Councillor Armour's point, though, he did mention that it doesn't always, it does in some cases very much make people reduce what they're doing when they see the signs, but those who predominantly do speed, he said it doesn't tend to solve that issue right away.
Okay, appreciate that. And Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just briefly or quickly, we don't own one of those signs that actually flashes, tells you that you're going 50 or 60 kilometers in you know those devices that maybe Director Bissonnette might know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about. but do
I'm
we
sure
own
he
any
does.
that we
and
can
I
move
will-
around to different neighborhoods?
Director Bissonnette?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Alcock, we don't have those signs. No, we just have the two mobile signs that we just got. And we do have the OPP traffic sign for the speed limit.
That may also be something. Big purchase, but okay, I know, exactly. All right, well, I know, exactly. Okay, we'll go and revisit another. All right, thank you for that discussion and thank you for raising that, Councillor Schumacher. I am going to move along, and the next item, 11.4, is entitled Marketing Position. I do have a motion. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that staff be directed to review options for a potential new marketing position and report back to General Committee in 2025. I know that I had asked for this, but and if you'd like, either Councillor, if you'd like me to speak to it, would you like me to speak to it? Yes, okay. All right, the reason why is this is not meant as an additional item that we left out of the budget. It was there was a healthy discussion around the needs for marketing and fundraising for the library and for the town, especially in light of the new community fund that will come online for the town of Huntsville in 2025. And Director Frame during this discussion talked about many possibilities how we might be able to position ourselves to do more fundraising and marketing, but using funds that we might receive in a different way, and also to be able to implement branding. So, and sponsorship. We do have a sponsorship bylaw, but we don't have any way at the moment of implementing it. So all this was doing is to provide direction to Director Frame to say, could you prepare a way of funding a position like this through the many possible avenues that are available to us. As we left it with the budget, we haven't given Director Frame to do any of this. So this is really just providing direction. It's not providing commitment. It's just saying, would you, is council ready to provide direction to Director Frame to look at this initiative? So are there any comments with respect to this? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. So I don't need to see another report about this position. I've already made my decision pretty clear at the last budget meeting. So I stand behind the comments I made at that meeting that we shouldn't be continuing to create new positions, specifically also looking at adding new positions. I think if we continue to add new positions and create new positions during this term, it's going to have negative long-term impacts on our budget. So just a couple of thoughts. So inflation in Canada was back up in October to 2.2% from 1.6%. So the biggest reasons for this jump, there was 3 reasons: the cost of groceries, gasoline, and the Canada-wide increase in municipal property taxes. So increased property taxes right across Canada drove inflation up with the highest yearly increase since 1992. So those are all reasons why we shouldn't be even considering creating new positions. And I know the argument's going to be, well, you know, we can look at how we can fund this position creatively through MAT tax or whatever other ways there might be, but eventually this position will come back and affect the levy at some point, just like any new position does. So no, I don't support looking at a report for this position.
Okay, I totally appreciate your comments. And so I will ask if there are any other comments, and don't see any. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess I take the opposite stand, that I don't think it would hurt to look at it to see if there is a chance of supporting. And to your point, Councillor Clark, that in the end it may end up being a position that is funded by the levy. But unless we look at that potential or those options, and in particular we have a sponsorship bylaw that we have not even had the time or the energy to look at because we don't have anyone to look at that. But I think this position could possibly be supported by the initiatives like sponsorship or advertising. And then we can't forget about the library, because that was really where the initial position came from. So I would be open to, at this point, giving direction to Director Frame to look at it, to come back with a fulsome report, and then we decide at that point. So I'm not going to close the door quite yet. I'll keep that window open just in case.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Renwick. All right, Councillor Morrison?
And Deputy Mayor Armour.
Oh, Deputy, okay, who was, I don't know who was first.
Let's go to Dan first.
All right, start with Deputy Mayor Armour. Deputy Mayor Armour, I've been
Thanks very much.
neglecting you all night.
I hear Councillor Clark loud and clear, and I support exactly what he's been saying. My concern is not so much the position coming back, just for us to look at it, but the staff have a time to actually do the work, because we're always hearing about how busy they are. So If they get time to do the work and bring it back, I don't mind looking at it, but I hear what Councillor Clark is saying loud and clear.
I think that's also a great comment. I'm not quite sure where to, I guess I could ask CAO Corey if this would fit within our priority areas, or is this an added burden?
So thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Armour. So you are correct. Staff are very taxed with their time. However, we do have a council directive through our strategic plan that we are always to look at ways to do things more efficiently and reduce the cost to the taxpayer. So we do feel that this initiative will satisfy that requirement, and we will slot the time accordingly to get that work done.
Deputy Mayor Armour, did you hear that? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I guess a couple of quick questions. I guess, and through you, Mayor Alcock, I wonder if we even need a directive. I mean, staff at any point during the budget process or during the year can bring information on a position they would like. But I don't think I would support this unless we were, in the overall report, it looks at more efficiencies among staff. You know, so if you want a new position, how can you make other staff more efficient so it frees up time on other staff to do this position? I'm with Councillor Clark. I don't want to see a new position because we're already under the gun for next year already. So I wouldn't support it as it's written unless it's something worded that we're looking at efficiencies amongst current staff to make that position work.
So I totally appreciate that comment. It was my understanding, though, the reason why I thought it might be necessary to bring it back wasn't necessarily that we are directing, let's create a position, but given the discussion that happened around the table and the interest of the library to have some way of fundraising capacity, which they really clearly need and want to do, and the town being in a position to support that, with also our own initiatives, that because of the way we left it, I understand that actually we do need to provide direction to just even explore the possibility. So if we don't provide the direction, then it's off the table and we will not pursue it. And if that's the wish of council, absolutely, then that's the wish of council. But I thought it was worthy of exploration. So, yes, CAO Corey.
Thank you, Worship. So just to clarify as well, it was part of the budget discussions, as council is well aware, and the question came up during budget deliberations, will we see something come back? So for that position in particular, it's not a legislative requirement, unlike health and safety, which is a legislative requirement. So staff will just automatically report back on that next year to council. This particular position is in line with supporting the policies that have been approved by council, as well as I noted earlier with respect to the strategic plan. So the reason it's before you tonight is because it was already decided during budget deliberations that council wasn't interested in seeing it. So for staff to bring a report back in the new year, reflecting that, I think would be very disrespectful to council's position.
Okay, and that pretty much says it all. So I don't see any other questions or comments, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Okay, all those opposed? And that does not carry. So, all right. It is defeated. Yeah, thank you. That's the correct word. It's defeated. All right. I appreciate actually everybody's comments on that. I do. I thought it was important. So, moving along, this next motion is a really long one, so I don't actually, if I have council's permission, I'd like to waive the reading of it. And what it is, it has been moved by Councillor Schumacher and seconded by Councillor Clark. I'll read the first paragraph. Whereas municipalities face growing infrastructure needs, including roads, bridges, public transit, water systems, and other critical services which are essential to community well-being and economic development. So, and whereas the current sources of municipal revenue, including property taxes, and user fees are insufficient to meet these increasing demands for infrastructure investment. The rest of the motion deals with the potential of asking the province that currently collects land transfer tax and receives all of the revenue from that, and is asking the province to consider deferring some of that land transfer tax to municipalities to cost share that, so that we would have a more stable, or it would contribute to more sustainable funding, as we rely so much on our property taxes around this table. So that's the motion. This was originated in the town of Aurora, and many, many municipalities have supported that. So are there any questions or comments? Don't see any. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, so moving to general information, we had council correspondence from October 19th to November 15th. Are there any questions around any of those items? Don't see any. Okay, we'll move right along to District of Muskoka update, starting with Deputy Mayor Armour. Do you have an update on EPW?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Very quickly, we had a deputation from Phil Harding, the past mayor of Muskoka Lakes, about MOU with the snowmobile clubs of Ontario, Ontario Federation of Snowmobiles, where they're offering $15 million, basically in liability insurance, to be able to run down the shoulder of Highway 118 and other municipal roads within the district. I know it's already come through our Public Works Department, and I believe they reviewed it, sent it legal, and seen no issues with it. I think there's a report coming to council later on. We also looked after the water distribution and collecting models. We passed a resolution to carry on with GHD Limited on that. We had some great information. You probably all seen the article in the Doppler over the curbside waste audit results. Huntsville scored very high on the organics, actually 57%, and we got the kudos from the department. And with that, I'll just call it quits. The minutes are there if anybody wants to read them, but it was a very good meeting.
That's a great update. Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Armour. Are there any questions around that? Okay, then I'll move along to Councillor Morrison, an update on FCS, please.
Not much to report. It was so short that it was done virtually, so there's nothing too exciting to report back.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Stone, an update on HSC, Health Services Committee?
Ours was a short Zoom meeting as well. We had a presentation from Dr. Gardner from the Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit. We got notified that the Solicitor General has extended the deadline for the sprinkler upgrades for many long-term care homes, including our own existing Fairburn home, to July 2026, which is good news because that's the date we're going to be hopefully moving the residents into the new Fairburn. And then we had a closed session on some contracts, some final contracts for the new Fairburn being built.
Oh, thank you for that. I don't see any questions around that, so I will move along to my update, starting with District Council. Also a very short meeting. It was held virtually, and I don't really have a whole lot to report on that because it was pretty straightforward with committee reports. We did have 2 items enclosed, one of them an affordable housing initiative. And other than that, that was District Council. Under Community and Planning Services, we had a number of items. A report under oral presentations from Robert Gleekoff from Home Building Center in Gravenhurst and Beaver Homes and Cottages, and what they were proposing was to develop an approved partner status around ADUs and secondary suite and small home development. And they were looking to the district to say, we'd like to be a preferred partner. We have local skills, trades, we build these, have these very small model homes that are affordable. And so that was really interesting. They also presented at the Housing Task Force meeting that was like speed dating on Friday in Port Carling. That was really interesting too. We had under ceremonial invited presentations an update from Meridian Planning Consultants on the draft district resort policies, as well as on the growth strategy update, which committee approved the proposed growth strategy. The one thing that I really wanted to mention that happened at CAPS was the response in favor of the staff report, which approved the contribution of $320,000 to the Muskoka Community Land Trust to support pre-development soft costs from the District of Muskoka for their project on Florence Street here in Huntsville. And that was unanimously supported by committee, and a really good day for the Muskoka Community Land Trust. So they can now start in earnest to work on all of the pre-development studies that are required for that development to move forward, which means that puts pressure on us to work out our agreement with them. But that really was exciting, and that's my report for that. I had one other report, which was back in October, we had our first Huntsville Lake of Bays OPP Detachment Board meeting, which is brand new. And it was really just an introduction of what all of the OPP services are and on their strategic plan. We approved the budget for the detachment board, which is quite a small budget, but we also appointed Paulette Mounier as chair of the detachment board. And Paulette is the town of Huntsville's citizen representative to sit on that board. So that is my update from the district. And I don't see any questions, so I'm going to move. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry about that, Your Worship. Just a correction on the name. It's Pauline.
Oh.
Not Paulette.
Oh, Pauline, sorry. It was Paulette on my thing. Sorry,
Yeah,
thank you for that.
Pauline.
Much appreciated. All right. Can I move to events and updates? So the first one actually is something I wanted to mention, and do I have I don't have anything else. Okay. Was on Thursday this week, the town of Huntsville with the Township of Lake of Bays is hosting a leadership workshop on integrated watershed management. It will be half a day at the Active Living Center, and we have representatives from 13 municipalities, 11 lower tier, 2 upper tier, from the province through the Ministry of Natural Resources, from 2 First Nations, and the Muskoka Watershed Council to talk about the possibility of collaborating on the concept of integrated watershed management. And I only mention it because it's really a groundbreaking event, and it has required a lot of our staff time and that of the organizing committee. It's pretty exciting, but it has been a lot of work, and I'm really proud of the work that our staff have done on this event. So I hope that it goes well, but I thought it was worth mentioning. And then, of course, as Councillor Renwick referred to earlier, we have the annual community tree lighting ceremony on November 29th at 6:30 in Kemp Park, followed by the Santa Claus Parade starting at 7:00 p.m. And those are the items I had. Any other community events that anyone wants to mention? Oh, the Community Living Brunch, I think, is on Sunday at December 1st, and I will be attending that, as I'm sure a number will also be attending. So with that, I think we do need to break. Oh, and I have one other thing before we go into break. CAO Corey handed me a note with respect to the DC appeal period. We had mentioned that it was 30 days. In fact, it's 40 days. So I just thought that was worth mentioning, just to correct the record. And with that, would people like a break before we go into closed? All right.
I was going to say I won't be attending the brunches. I'm attending the Asphodel Hall Christmas party on December 1st.
Okay, so that's another community event. And Councillor Fitzgerald?
I won't be attending the brunch either. We do a free seniors dinner at the Utterson Hall. We've been doing it for years with the Lions Club, and we deliver meals to people that can't get to the hall, and we serve about 300 meals.
Wow,
We do that every Christmas.
that's amazing.
I'll be serving at that
All
one. too.
right, and you'll be serving at that one too. All right, look at all of us. All right, thank you, everybody, and we are now going to go into break for 10 minutes before we go into close. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now considering a motion to go into closed. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 8:16 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters under Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, subsection C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. 13.2.1 confidential report OPS 2024-15 transfer of ownership St. Mary's Anglican Church Cemetery. 13.2.2 confidential report Corp 2024-62 land acquisition. 13.2.3 confidential report Fire 2024-13 Huntsville Fire Station Number 1 land acquisition. And subsection C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. 13.3.1, confidential report development -2024-106, Craig Developments, Inc., update number 9. Subsection E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. 13.4.1, confidential report development 2024-105, Langmaid Island Corp. Appeal number OLT 22004427. Are there any questions regarding? Would you like me to do that again? I don't see any questions, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody. So we're back. Welcome whoever is watching. We're back from closed, and I have a slew of motions that I'll quickly go through. I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the recommendation regarding confidential report OPS 2024-15 transfer of ownership St. Mary's Anglican Church Cemetery be adopted. All those in favor? And that carries. I have a second motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that the recommendation regarding confidential report Corp 2024-62, Corp 2024-50, land acquisition be adopted. All those in favor? Oh, no, you can't vote. Sorry, Corey. Yep, I know, I wasn't paying attention. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. Okay. I have another motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the recommendation contained in confidential report Fire 2024-13 be adopted. All those in favor? And that carries. I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the Ontario Land Tribunal be advised that the town of Huntsville will be participating in case number OLT-2022-004427. Further, that staff be authorized to engage legal counsel, and further that costs associated with this appeal be funded from the Reserve Ontario Land Tribunal, and further that staff be directed to report back on next steps. All those in favor? That carries. I have another motion moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the recommendation regarding confidential report development 2024-106 Craig Developments Inc. update number 9 be adopted. All those in favor? And that carries. I have another motion moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2024-128 be received and passed this 25th day of November 2024. All those in favor? And that carries. I have one more motion. It has been moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 9:35 p.m. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Thank you very much.